Your Excellencies, Madam First Ladies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our moderator for this afternoon session, Mrs. Blessie Dhakal, the International Coordinator of the International Association of First Ladies for Peace. Let's give her a round of applause.
Let us officially begin. Madam First Ladies, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Universal Peace Federation World Summit 2025. This is our joint breakout session for the International Association of First Ladies for Peace General Assembly and the Women's Federation for World Peace International. The title of today's session is a First Ladies Summit toward a hopeful future of peace and prosperity. Good afternoon. I am Blessie Dhakal, the International Coordinator of IAFLP, and it's my great pleasure and honor and privilege to serve as your moderator for this session. The Women's Federation for World Peace International is a global women's NGO, co-founded in 1992 by Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, known around the world as the Mother of Peace. In 2019, she established the International Summit Council for Peace, of which IAFLP is an association. IAFLP was the first launched in November 2019 on the island nation of Palau. The First Lady of Palau, Mrs. Devi Remengesau, alongside of 13 First Ladies from the Pacific Island nations, enthusiastically participated in the inauguration, joined by the leaders from other regions. 2 months later, at the World Summit 2020 in Seoul, Korea, IAFLP was officially launched, creating a forum where First Ladies and women leaders could engage in peace process. Today, IAFLP has chapters in every continent. Each speaker will address the delegation for 5 minutes. We kindly ask all presenters to respect this time frame to honor the contribution of each speaker. To begin with, I am pleased to invite the President of the Women's Federation for World Peace International, Mrs. Moriko Hori, to deliver her welcoming address.
Wow, amazing view, so beautiful, wow. Good afternoon, esteemed First Ladies, distinguished guests, ladies, and a few gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming. Good afternoon. My name is Moriko Hori. I'm the president of Women's Federation for World Peace International. Let me read. I have really bad eyesight, sorry. It is both a privilege and an honor to stand before you today at the International Association for First Ladies for Peace. As the international president of Women's Federation for World Peace, I speak on behalf of countless women across the globe who share a vision of a unified, harmonious world. Women's Federation was founded by Reverend Samuel Moon and Dr. Hak Jahan Moon on the belief that the heart of peace begins in the family, and the woman, with their innate capacity for nurturing and love, hold the key to transforming families, communities with their innate capacity for nurturing and love, hold the key to transforming families, communities, and ultimately nations. Today, as we gather here, we are united not only by our shared dedication to peace, but also by the powerful impact of our collective actions as women leaders. Yes, in our journey toward unsustainable peace, education remains the cornerstone. By equipping women and girls as peace builders, we create agents of change capable of addressing the complexities of conflict and division. Through cooperation, multilateral and local, we strengthen the foundation of progress. Through advocacy and awareness, we expand the reach of our values, living for the sake of others, embracing diversity and nurturing the spirit of unity. At Women's Federation for World Peace, we also embrace innovation, utilizing digital technology to connect hearts and minds across borders, empowering women to influence the world in new, dynamic ways. However, above all, it is the culture of heart, the ability to lead with compassion and understanding that drives our mission. Today, I call on each of you to join us in advancing these values. Let us stand together, hand in hand, weaving threads of dialogue, trust, and cooperation into a tapestry of peace. As First Ladies, as women of influence, your leadership is vital. Where am I? Yes. By championing policies that support families, communities, and peace initiatives, we can spark the changes that will resonate across generations. Let us chart a peaceful future, not only for the next 50 years, but for the generation yet to come. Together, yes, we can transform our shared vision into reality. A world where every family feels united in harmony and where peace is not just a dream, but a daily practice. Thank you for steadfast dedication to this noble cause. Let us continue to inspire and empower one another as we work towards a brighter and more peaceful tomorrow. Thank you so much for coming, and let us work together to make this world much more peaceful. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, President Hori. For our founder's address, I have the distinct pleasure of inviting Dr. Julia Moon, the General Director of Universal Ballet and former International President of WFWP International, and the President Emerita of WFWPI. Let's all welcome Dr. Julia Moon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Moriko, for your wonderful opening. You're a great leader of Women's Federation for World Peace. Let's give her applause. She's in Africa. She's all over the world. She's working so hard. We're so grateful for your dedication. It's really wonderful to see a room full of such beautiful ladies. In Korea, we say it's like 꽃밭, like a flower garden. Yes, it's like looking onto a flower garden. And I sat here, as I look upon you, I sometimes give lectures about ballet, and many CEOs come, but why does it feel easier to talk to a group of, an audience of ladies than it is an audience of men? No hard feeling, Dr. Ward. we love you very much. But I think it's because women embody such beauty, and because we are all mothers, I believe so. It's the beauty of women. Yes, so thank you all for being here. It's wonderful to see so many good friends and leaders from around the world. By profession, I was a ballet dancer, and now I'm director of Universal Ballet, but I had the great honor to work together with Women's Federation for World Peace for about 3 years and to help establish the International Association of First Ladies for Peace. I think those were the best 3 years of my life. And no performance on the stage that I danced can compare to those 3 years of my life. So I had the great honor of doing that, and I am so grateful. On behalf of our co-founder, Holy Mother Han, it is my great honor to be with you here today to address this gathering of esteemed women leaders and gentlemen representing the International Association of First Ladies for Peace, the Women's Federation for World Peace, and the Universal Peace Federation. As our world faces unprecedented challenges, Holy Mother Han has once again brought together leaders committed to peace and the well-being of our planet and all humanity. She deeply respects your work in advancing women's leadership, strengthening the family, as well as addressing global challenges. And she asked me to convey her heartfelt gratitude to you for joining her in Korea at this time. As the highlight of this year's World Summit, tomorrow we will participate in the unveiling and dedication of the Cheonwon-gung, a majestic and historic building that will serve as a global center for the advancement of world peace, interfaith harmony, and the unity of humanity as one family under God. Respected leaders, I would like to share with you the words of our beloved Mother of Peace, words that express her deep love and understanding of God. The hope of God, the spiritual true parent of all humanity, is to embrace all people as children and see the realization of one great global family under God. God is not only our Heavenly Father, but also our Heavenly Mother. In essence, God is our heavenly parent. It has always been God's desire that every individual, tribe, people, and nation become heavenly. Heavenly individuals, heavenly tribes, heavenly people, heavenly nations, ultimately forming a heavenly world that lives in attendance to God as their loving parent. In such a world, there could be no wars, no famine, or poverty. The physical and spiritual fall of humanity away from God caused the postponement of the fulfillment of God's ideal creation. For the first time in human history, Jesus Christ revealed God as our Heavenly Father. However, this led to a male-centered history that emphasized God's identity solely as the Heavenly Father rather than as the heavenly parent. Hellenism and Hebraism, which formed the foundation of Western civilization, were predominantly male-centered cultures. As a result, the feminine aspect of God, the Heavenly Mother, remained hidden, and the full expression of God as the Heavenly Parent could not be realized. It is for this reason that I have dedicated my life to restoring the status of Heavenly Mother and God's original identity as the Heavenly Parent. A woman stands in a position that represents another voice of God, an independent person of character and a partner of love who complements and completes a man. Among all roles, that of a mother is the most universal and powerful symbol of womanhood. A mother gives birth, nurtures, educates, and raises her children, playing a vital role in shaping the character of humanity. In this sense, a mother becomes the very model of God's love. Thus, the role of women in realizing eternal world peace centered on true love of Heavenly Parent is not only valuable, it is indispensable. Now, more than ever, the influence of women is crucial in leading a cultural transformation, replacing an age of force and domination with an age of love, peace, and a culture of heart. Ladies and gentlemen, It is Mother Moon's sincere hope and encouragement that each woman among us walk the path of a true mother, a true wife, a true daughter, and a true woman leader, devoted to building healthy families and communities centered on God, and ultimately a unified world overflowing with true freedom, peace, and lasting happiness. May IAFLP and WFWP, together with UPF, continue to take the lead in this noble endeavor. I look forward to hearing from the many women leaders who will be sharing with us today, and I hope that this session with the theme First Ladies Summit toward a hopeful future of peace and prosperity will inspire and empower us to achieve greater results in all of our endeavors. Thank you so much for being with us today. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moon, for your sincere and graceful deliberation of the founder's address. For now, let's have an official photo because we're still fresh. We will now hear opening remarks from Dr. Samia Burton, board-certified doctor of internal medicine and co-chair of IAFLP USA. Dr. Burton, your floor.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful crowd, gorgeous ladies. We have some gentlemen with us today, so I would say ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished first ladies and esteemed guests, it's truly a pleasure to be with you today. Among such remarkable leaders, women who have dedicated their voices, influence, and hearts to the cause of peace. Together, we represent a powerful force for change committed to building a more just, compassionate, and united world. The International Association of First Ladies for Peace was founded by Mother Moon to operate within the framework of UPF, the Universal Peace Federation, dedicated to fostering dialogue, cooperation, and sustainable development. Our association affirms the unique and essential role of First Ladies. They play in advancing peace and development. I had the privilege of meeting many of you in Seoul in 2020 when we gathered to establish this esteemed organization. And I fondly remember calling it the crème de la crème of all associations for peace. And I still believe that to be true. First ladies hold a vital and unique position, bridging divides, inspiring change, and leading with grace and conviction. Your influence extends beyond politics, reaching into the hearts of families, communities, and entire nations. In this capacity, we work alongside other UPF initiatives that engage key sectors of society: parliamentarians, media professionals, business leaders, scholars, academicians, and cultural figures striving toward a shared vision of peace. In partnership with the Women's Federation of World Peace, we unite current and former First Ladies and women leaders from around the world, drawing upon their collective experience and wisdom. Throughout history, First Ladies have played an essential role in shaping societies, strengthening families, and fostering reconciliation. As women, we possess the unique ability to bring nations together, not through force, but through compassion, diplomacy, and unwavering commitment to justice and equality. Today, the world faces unprecedented challenges: conflict, displacement, poverty, and division. Yet, peace is not merely the absence of war, it is the presence of justice, opportunity, and dignity for all. Peace is built in our homes, classrooms, communities, and the hearts of our people. It's our duty to architect that peace. Together, we will strengthen partnerships, amplify the voices of women and children, and champion policies that foster unity and sustainable development. I want to express my heartfelt appreciation to our founder, Dr. Haq Jahan Moon, the mother of peace. Her vision and leadership continue to inspire us all. First Ladies and leaders, your dedication moves me, and I am honored to walk this journey with you. Let us move forward with courage, purpose, and unwavering belief in the power of peace. Thank you. May our collective efforts bring hope and healing to the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Samia Burton. Our first speaker is Her Excellency, Madam Signe Zeikate, the incumbent First Lady of Costa Rica, the Central America. Madam, your floor.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, honorable guests, distinguished leaders, First Ladies and gentlemen. It is my absolute privilege to address you today as the First Lady of Costa Rica, a nation that proudly stands among the oldest democracies in Latin America, with peaceful elections dating back to 1949. For Costa Ricans, democracy is not merely a system of governance. It is our guiding principle that seeks to ensure that every voice is heard. Our collective journey towards peace and prosperity remains incomplete if women are not fully and equally engaged. This afternoon, I would like to speak about 3 roles that women play in shaping prosperous future for all: peace builders, economic drivers, and agents of social change. These roles, when recognized and empowered, create stronger societies, more inclusive economies, and lasting stability. Peace is strongest when everyone has a seat at the table. In Costa Rica, we have made substantial progress by mandating inclusion of women in public office. we have achieved almost 50-50 representation in our local and national legislative offices and cabinet of ministers. Our electoral code requires that no two candidates of the same sex can be listed consecutively, and this innovative parity model places women alongside the men on electoral lists. Through these measures, we ensure that local decisions and decisions in National Congress and Cabinet of Ministers benefit from diversified perspectives. Time and again, we see that when women participate in negotiations and peace agreements, conflicts are more frequently solved through dialogue rather than force. Just as women strengthen peace, they also fuel economic growth. Women represent half of the population and thus half of our nation's potential workforce and innovative capacity. I should mention that obstacles remain. According to the most recent Women, Business and the Law report, 3.9 billion women worldwide still face constraints on their economic participation. And women globally make only 77 cents for every dollar men earn for the same type of work. In Costa Rica, we have a reason for optimism. Our constitution explicitly guarantees equality before the law. And as a result, our nation currently ranks among the top OECD countries for minimal gender wage gap. And 63% of Costa Rican women aged between 25 and 34 have at least an upper secondary education, outpacing men of the same age group. Thank you. I should mention that challenges still persist. Only 47% of working-age women in Costa Rica are employed, compared to 73% of men. Women shoulder a disproportionate share of unpaid domestic work. And if we want to narrow this gap, we must expand childcare services, support elderly care, and promote family-friendly policies. And these are not luxuries, they are necessities for thriving economies. Beyond securing peace and driving economic vitality, women also serve as a powerful catalysts of social change. In Costa Rica, women-led cooperatives have successfully blended ecotourism, sustainable farming, and environmental stewardship to challenge traditional notions of women work. The work on women empowerment and gender equality is not finished in Costa Rica, but we are very proud for what we have managed to achieve to date. These are real outcomes in a small country, the same country where democracy and environmental sustainability have given fruit. And it is therefore not a coincidence that we are ranked the 6th happiest nation in the world and the happiest country in Latin America. Thank you. Across the globe, we see that number of women in leadership positions gradually rising. And each of these leaders, and each of us in this room, is a living proof that women can govern, women can innovate, and women can inspire just as effectively as men, provided that we have equal opportunity to do so. Thank you. To conclude, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Dr. Hakjahan Moon and her entire family for your dedication towards global peace. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Signe Zeikate. The second speaker is Madam Fatima Villanova, the incumbent First Lady of Sao Tome and Principe in Africa. She will deliver her speech in Portuguese.
Good afternoon. I'm going to speak in Portuguese, so ok? Sua Excelência, Senhora Julian Moon, Suas Excelências, Primeiras Damas, Senhoras Líderes, distintos convidados, Senhoras e Senhores. É para mim uma grande honra dirigir-me a esta sessão especial sobre Mulheres e Paz, da Associação Internacional de Primeiras Damas para a Paz, filiada na Federação para a Paz Universal, em parceria com a Federação das Mulheres para a Paz Mundial. Permita-me que expresse a minha sincera gratidão aos organizadores deste importante encontro, bem como o meu especial apreço pela Mãe da Paz, Doutora Akja Moon, fundador da IAFLP e cofundador da Federação para a Paz Universal, pela sua iniciativa visionária de reunir aqui e agora, nesta sessão especial da Cimeira Mundial, Primeiras Damas e Mulheres Líderes de todo o mundo. Eu sou Maria de Fátima Villanova, Primeira-Dama da República Democrática de São Tomé e Príncipe, independente a 12 de julho de 1975, celebrando este ano o 50º aniversário da nossa independência. O nosso país é constituído por duas ilhas, sendo a São Tomé a maior e a capital, e Príncipe a mais pequena. É uma região autónoma em desenvolvimento, situado no continente africano, no Golfo da Guiné, com uma população de cerca de 210 mil habitantes e cerca de 40 mil santomenses a viver na diáspora. Distintas primeiras damas. A palavra paz, como todos sabemos, remete para a tolerância, o perdão, a reconciliação, a cooperação, a empatia, o amor, o altruísmo, etc. No entanto, acontece que, por vezes, excluímos todos esses valores quando queremos resolver um conflito. Se não conseguirmos resolver o que está dentro de nós, entre a nossa mente e o nosso corpo, se a este nível somos incapazes de gerir o nosso próprio conflito, como é que podemos resolver o conflito dos outros? É por isso que esta palavra não deve ser usada como um slogan para nós, pacificadores. Devemos mudar a nossa atitude e o nosso comportamento para mitigar e erradicar os conflitos do mundo pela prevenção, para ajudar na missão vital que esteve na base da criação das Nações Unidas. Caros delegados, a vida social em São Tomé e Príncipe é caracterizada por uma função de várias culturas provenientes do grande continente africano. O nosso conflito, apesar desta variedade, nunca chega ao extremo de extravagância, pois somos uma sociedade pequena onde todos consideramos irmãos e primos. Como primeira-dama e líderes presentes, dedicamos-nos a desenvolver ações para mitigar os problemas enfrentados pelas mulheres e crianças na nossa sociedade, que sofrem mais após uma guerra. Em São Tomé e Príncipe, um dos principais problemas sociais que afetam esta camada da população é o fenómeno da monoparentalidade, em que as mulheres acabam por viver sozinhas e educar os seus filhos sem a presença e ajuda dos pais das crianças. Perante esta situação, a família, sendo uma instituição divina, deverá ter valores familiares. Antes do nosso papel de primeiras damas, somos mães. Temos de estar conscientes dela e refletir sobre ela. Independentemente das nossas crenças, se não vivermos de acordo com os padrões dos valores universais e espirituais da família, não poderemos esperar nada do bom no futuro. Acreditamos que uma das soluções para estes problemas está na preparação dos jovens para o futuro. É por isso que, juntamente com algumas ONGs, entre as quais a Federação para a Paz Universal, a Associação Internacional dos Jovens e Estudantes para a Paz. E por isso, agradecemos a Mãe Moon pelo grande investimento que ela fez no nosso país, sobretudo na compra de um prédio como centro dedicado para a educação dos jovens e na formação em certas áreas que lhes pode permitir de ter um emprego como o da informática ou de abrir o seu próprio emprego através de aulas de corte e costura, pastelaria. E os jovens na mudança do comportamento através de artes marciais, tungil, mudo, e aprendizagem das línguas francesas, inglês e coreano. Este prédio serve também da sede da FPU para a formação da cidadania e o patriotismo à nação. Através da Associação Internacional dos Jovens e Estudantes para a Paz, está sendo um excelente trabalho de educação de caráter em várias escolas da ilha, cujos os resultados já podem ser vistos. Como o referendo Sun Mai Moon disse uma vez, podemos decidir se a nossa nação vai prosperar ou cair, apenas olhando para os nossos jovens. Se os jovens do nosso país forem promissores, brilhantes e de elevado caráter moral, então esta nação prosperará. Fim da citação. Distintas senhoras e senhores, para terminar, desejo encorajar a doutora Mãe Akja Amun, a Mãe da Paz, pelo trabalho árduo que está desempenhado e não mede esforços para orientar os líderes mundiais na resolução de conflitos e na ajuda humanitária. Ela merece todo o nosso apoio. Como primeira-dama, caminhemos de mãos dadas nesta cimeira e esperamos viver melhor nos nossos respectivos países. Muito obrigada e um bem-aja a todos.
Muchas gracias, Madam Fatima Villanova. Our third speaker is Dr. Ida Odinga, wife of the former Prime Minister of Kenya. Dr. Odinga, your floor.
I wish everybody had a chance to stand up here and see the myriad of ladies. All looks like a bouquet of flowers. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. I must start first by thanking Mother Moon, who thought of this idea that we can all come here together as ladies of the world and talk about peace from various nations of the world. I'm very happy to join you, distinguished ladies from all over the world, to participate in breaking session entitled Towards Hopeful Future and Peace and Prosperity. This is not the first time I'm participating in Universal Peace Federation Summit, as well as participating in supporting the First Ladies Summit. I'm therefore honored once again to be part of the women who believe that peace is very core of prosperity of nation. Before looking at the hopeful future, I wish to take stock of the current status of peace globally and the key issues affecting and impacting especially on women. Despite numerous barriers, women around the globe have made strides in various sectors, including artificial intelligence, health, technology, and politics. Women are taking their places at international forums, such as this one, leading conversation in these crucial fields. 28 women currently serve as the heads of state and head of government. In addition, women represent over 22% of cabinet members globally. The world is also witnessing increasing female representation in local governments in various countries. In 141 countries, over 3 million women hold local elected positions. Today, young women excel in medicine, financial services, healthcare, education, non-profit, human resources, and customer services sectors. We see young women pursuing education up to the highest level in all our countries. It has become apparent that societies that empower women to participate fully in education, civil and economic life are more prosperous and more peaceful. However, despite all these advances, women encounter significant risks to their continued advancement. A deteriorating global peace climate has severe implications for women, including increased vulnerability of violence, displacement, and economic hardships, as well as marginalization in peace processes and leadership. I saw this firsthand in my own country during the post-election violence that erupted in Kenya in the year 2007 to 2008. I participated in mobilizing women and other stakeholders in the vital role of peace building and conflict resolution. This contributed significantly to reduce the violence and to get the peace and negotiation begun through the grassroots activism, community mobilization, and formal participation in peace processes. This untimely led us to sustainable and inclusive peace agreement that Kenya has seen since then to date. Therefore, as we look towards hopeful future of peace and prosperity, I would recommend the following. First, we must prioritize the inclusion of women in peace processes and decision-making by investing in women's organizations and programs that promote peace building and conflict resolutions. Secondly, we must seek to address root causes of conflicts, including gender equality and discrimination, by ensuring that women have access to justice, protection, and recovery processes in conflict-affected areas. We must promote gender equality and women's rights in aspects of peace building and development. The education of girls must continue to be given top priority in all areas we come from. Finally, peace is not just a noble vision for humanity, it is a call to action. Each of us can heal division and embrace peace and understanding. We can all call on families, communities to do the same in promoting peace. Speak up. Learn about peace. Practice peace and respect. Embrace diversity and protest injustice. Be the change that we all want to see. The change begins with us. Thank you and be blessed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Odinga. Our fourth speaker is Dr. Dame Patience Jonathan, the former First Lady of Nigeria. Dr. Dame, your floor.
Holy Mother, Dr. Hagjamun, founder, Women Federation for World Peace and International Association of First Ladies for Peace. General Director, Universal Ballet, Dr. Gillian Moon. Permit me to specially recognize President's Women's Federation for World Peace International. First ladies here present, High Excellencies, former First Ladies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It is no gainsaying that without peace, there can be no meaningful developments. The primary purpose for any peace mission, therefore, is to address the peace situation in our communities and mobilize both governmental and non-governmental resources to help reduce violence, conflicts, and their effects. The objective of the peace mission, therefore, must include the following: to build and strengthen the culture of peace and development in our communities, to offer support and service to victims in conflict-affected communities, to use appropriate mechanisms and institutions to promote women and children in these conflict areas. At the national level, I will advocate for those activities which are carried out during my tenure as the president of the African First Ladies Peace Mission. I inaugurate a national steering committee comprising government officials, religion leaders, and the business communities. The steering committee is set to work holding a national stakeholders luncheon. The luncheon rallies stakeholders from all sectors of the society. Those stakeholders deliberated on how to achieve peace in Nigeria and the rest of Africa. I also undertook some peace advocate visits to some states in Nigeria and Africa, organized the consultative and advocate meetings with wives of state governors, convene a national women's summit on peace, security, and development, and also a national youth peace concert, including youths from the north and south parts of Nigeria and other African countries. Appointed and inaugurated youth peace ambassadors from the various states in Nigeria and in the continent. Undertook peace advocate visits to various states in Nigeria and Africa. Other teams also visited and distributed relief materials and cash to internal displaced persons, IDPs, and refugee camps in various states of Nigeria and Africa. We also took relief material to victims of violence in Congo, Mali, Kenya, Sudan, Guinea-Bissau, and Sahrawi Arab Democratic Republic in Africa. Organized public sensitization on the plight of women and children in armed conflict areas and post-conflict reconstruction in line with the UNSCR 1325-2000 and 1612-2005. Empowering women is a must for national development and sustenance of the peace process. I therefore advocate for national legislation of 35% affirmative action for the empowerment of the Nigerian women. Families can only contribute to the development of their communities if they have a strong economic base. This is achievable through the development of essential life skills. Therefore, my NGO, Arenales Child Foundation, and Women for Change and Development Initiative embark on skills acquisition programs, empowering youth and women with starter packs after training them in various skills. In conclusion, I would like to advocate that governments, corporate bodies, and well-meaning individuals lend their hands to such programs to uplift their communities and the nation at large. This will greatly help in ensuring that individuals exist peacefully in the world and the society at large. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dame Patience Jonathan. Our fifth speaker is the Honorable Arenales Serrano Arguello, as incumbent senator of Spain. Madam Senator, your floor.
Hi. Pride and worry. Worry and pride. Worry because there are 800 million people living under $1 a day, which is unacceptable. Pride because I am meeting you. I will tell you why. I am meeting you, First Ladies, distinguished leaders, women, the most important thing, women. So I think we can collaborate to find a solution. Okay? So come on to analyze a little bit the poverty. Because 800 million people living under $1 a day is a real and unacceptable poverty. So come on to analyze. First of all, why is taking place this poverty in the world right now in 2025? Secondly, for whom? Who is taking place of this consequence? We can analyze after the real picture in the world and whom exactly is suffering the consequence and what can we do is the most important question right now. What can we do with this situation and with whom we have to work, okay? So why? There is principal 3 reasons. First of all, the wars. Secondly, the differences, the economics differences. And in the third time, sorry about my English because you know it's really bad, okay? So in the third place, it's about the climate, especially in Africa or in Latin America, okay? So the wars is not just Russia and Ukrainian that we are watching every other day on the television. No, there are right now 56 wars ongoing nowadays. 56, so it's incredible, believe me. So in this point, let me, ladies, to say congratulations to the Federation of Women Working for Peace in general, and in particular to Marcia de Abreu, who is working every other day to set up all the difference between women and men and working for peace, because I know you. So, why? So, what are the consequences? The consequences of that? The consequences of that is a big obstacle for education, a big obstacle for labor market, a big obstacle for health. So it's a big problem. It's a big problem. And who are suffering those consequences? The women. The women. 70% of these 800 million people under $1 a day who are severe poverty are women. So what can we do? We have to do something. We have to do something. So what can we do? We are the key factor to education in our families, you know. We are the key factor guarding health in our families. We are the key factor keeping the cohesion in our family. We are the key factor educating resilience. So we have to work with women. Women have to work with women. It's a very, very important thing. Because you know what? The inequality in the world is the inequality between women and men. Inequality between women and men is cause and at the same time is consequences to the inequality around the world. So it's really important. Women work with women. So the other thing that I want to know is, we don't have more time, a lot of time, but let me give you some data because are really important, okay? So for example, the real picture right now, the real picture around the world, the real picture is 26% women working compared to 75% men, which isn't unacceptable. The real picture is just 20% of women, we are parliamentarians around the world, which is unacceptable. 20 women, not 20%, just 20 women are heads of state or presidents or governments, which is unacceptable. And there are another data which are more worry. 200 million girls suffered genital mutilation in the world. It's unacceptable, unacceptable. More than 8 million girls are forced to marry. It's unacceptable, unacceptable. So every 5 of us, we suffer physical or sexual violence, which is unacceptable. So we have to work by, with, and for women. We have to work women with, by, and for women. And there is another thing. If we don't do anything, this picture right now is going to be perpetuated tomorrow. And we don't want that because it's incredible. So we have to work hardly. There is another data that for me is very important to say to you. Really, really important to say to you. So is one data or two data? Let me say to you two data. Because with these two data, we can speak very loud. In our countries, in our family, with our friends, everywhere, okay? So one of the data is, according to McKinsey report, one report of McKinsey, they study and they conclude that if women around the world work in equally condition with men, the global PD, so the domestic global product, would increase 26%. 26%. And there is another data. So come on to speak very loud in our countries and in our families and with our friends. Because if Lehman Brothers had been Lehman sisters, they are not would have been the horrible crisis in 2008. Believe me. Believe me. So those are the things that we have to put very close. And let me to finish to say to you, distinguished leaders, first ladies, women at all, that we need to work to solve poverty, is work with equality. Because the health, the education, the labor market, they are not a privilege. No, there are rights. There are rights for all the women. So just let me say to you that all of you, every of you, you are a remarkable hero as a woman to work with another woman, because it's not charity, it's justice. So come on, ladies, to work with all the women around the world. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Honorable Arguello. Our sixth speaker is Dr. Rima Salah, the former Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations and the current chair of Early Childhood Peace Consortium. Dr. Salah, your floor.
Excellencies, the First Ladies, Excellencies, the participants, distinguished participants, it gives me great pleasure and honor to be with you. On this auspicious occasion, the First Ladies Summit, I will speak to you on the participation of women in building peace and development, a promise toward a hopeful future of peace and prosperity. Last month, thousands of women, including First Ladies, gathered in New York to participate in the 69th Commission on the Status of Women. They also celebrated the 30th anniversary of the Beijing Declaration and Platform of Action, the most revolutionary commitment to achieve gender equality, and also the 25th anniversary of Resolution Security Council 1325, Women, Peace and Security. The landmark resolution affirmed the important role of women in the prevention and resolution of conflicts, peace, negotiation, and peace building. Member states, governments rose to the occasion by adopting in New York on the 10th of March 2025 a strong political declaration. They committed to respect, protect, and promote rights, equality, and empowerment of all women, young women, and girls. The declaration further reinforced commitment to women, peace, and security, emphasizing the need to integrate women's voices and leadership in all stages of conflict prevention and conflict resolution. The bold declaration, ladies and gentlemen, comes at a very critical global context marked by unprecedented threats to peace and security, to a context where still millions of families are trapped in situations of wars, violent conflict, occupation, and displacement, exacerbated by climate change and natural disaster. According to UNICEF, the year 2425 was the worst year for children of the world, and we cannot accept it. We know that this unbearable situation can disrupt the fabric of societies, compromising the very foundation of their institutions, eroding their protective systems. And in the absence of protective systems, it is the family, the parents, the mothers that emerge to build a protective environment for their children. Excellencies, distinguished participants, I witnessed the courage of families, mothers, women, and young women to protect their families and anchor peace in their society. My work at the United Nations took me to many parts of the world, in Africa, in Asia, marked by poverty, war, and violent conflict. In these vulnerable and devastating situations, we know that women and girls are at a significant risk and their vulnerabilities are heightened. Despite this, I saw women and young women rising to protect their families and children. They were at the forefront, for example, in West Africa, supported by honorable first ladies to protest and ask their leaders for the cessation of hostilities in the region. Also in other areas, I saw women walking in the streets, demanding social and political justice. Without social and political justice, women cannot survive. I saw women in the forefront of peace-building efforts, acting as mediators and as peacemakers. I saw women bridging political, economic, and social divides in their communities, in their schools, and in their women's centers. A woman participating in a women's group in an early childhood center said, "The group helped me forget the war. We are all together. We won't fight now. Now my kids are at peace. Yes, we can be at peace. Yes, let them be at peace." Regrettably, the peace-building discourse and practice failed to be inclusive and acknowledge the participation of women and young women, as well as their resilience and moral strength is not captured and is underreported. Excellencies, distinguished participants, it is the time to unite our strength. We, UN agencies, international agencies, governments, national and local organizations, and elevate our voice to ensure the inclusion of women and young women in peace processes at the local, national, and international level. Also, it is time to raise the voices of women who are not with us here. Let us raise their voices of resilient families, of mothers, so that they echo throughout the world and in the conference rooms of the United Nations. Let them tell their stories of sacrifice and determination to forge a better future for themselves and for their children. Let their voices be heard. Please, let their voices be heard. It is time to entreat our governments, our policymakers, and community leaders and religious leaders to uphold the rights of women and young women and translate them into national and local policies. Let us all together uphold the United Nations resolutions, conventions, and declarations to interrupt the cycle of gender inequality and reinforce the rights of women and young women and build a strong foundation for peace and prosperity for everyone. The time is now. The time is now, and we are stronger together. Yesterday, we visited the demilitarized area zone for peace. I wish that the whole world is a demilitarized area for peace. No more wars. And let us all salute, as I call her, Mother Moon, our example. Let us all stand up and salute her. Let us all, yes. And let us salute every one of you, and particularly as we are in Korea, Korean women who are showing us the way. We don't forget, we are stronger together. I thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Dr. Rima Salah. Indeed. Now, let us all enjoy a beautiful performance by Mr. Im Dok-so.
Che bella cosa, una giornata e sole, un'aria serena dopo una tempesta, per l'aria fresca pareggia la testa. Che bella cosa, una giornata e sole. Manna tu sole, più bello in me, oh sole mio, stai in fronte a te, oh sole mio, stai in fronte a te. fronte a te. 오 맑은 태양 너 참 아름답다. 폭풍우지 너 더욱 찬란해 시원한 바람 솔솔 불어올 때 하늘의 밝은 해는 비친다 만나도 sole più bello in me oh sole mio sta in fronte a te oh sole mio sta in fronte a te sta in fronte a te Thank you. Thank you. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. Yeah, thank you. There is more. 네, 여러분 반갑습니다. 저는 테너 임덕수입니다. 반갑습니다. Hello everyone. I'm tenor 덕수 림. Nice to meet you. 오늘 이렇게 아름다운 봄날에 여러분들과 함께하게 되어서 매우 행복한 마음입니다. 오늘 저와 함께하는 이 시간 여러분들 편안하고 행복하고 지금처럼 편안하게 즐겨주시면 좋을 것 같습니다. On this beautiful spring day, I'm so happy to be here with you. So please enjoy this stage. 다음으로 제가 준비한 곡은 오늘 또 이렇게 사랑이 가득한 날 사랑에 관련된 노래를 다음 곡으로 불러볼까 합니다. Next, I will sing a lovely song, perhaps love. Let's start your big hand. Perhaps love is like a resting place, a shelter from the storm. It exists to give you comfort, it is there to keep you warm. And in those times of troubles, when you are most alone, the memory of love will bring you home. Perhaps love is like a window, perhaps an open door. It invites you to come closer. It wants to show you more. And even if you lose yourself and don't know what to do, the memory of love will see you through. Oh, love to some is like a cloud, to some as strong as steel. For some a way of living, for some a way to feel. And some say love is holding on, and some say letting go. And some say love is everything, some say they don't know. Perhaps love is like the ocean, full of conflict, full of pain. Like a fire when it's cold outside, thunder when it rains. If I should live forever and all my dreams come true, my memories of love will be of you. And some say love is holding on, and some say letting go. And some say love is everything, some say they don't know. Perhaps love is like the ocean, full of conflict, full of pain. Like a fire when it's cold outside, thunder when it rains. If I should live forever and all my dreams come true, my memories of love will be of you. My memories of love will be of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. 감사합니다. 여러분들과 함께 아주 사랑스러운 곡 Perhaps Love 한 곡 불러봤습니다. 이제 제가 준비한 마지막 한 곡을 여러분들과 부르고 인사드려야 될 것 같습니다. Now, next, I will sing the last song. 감사합니다. 오늘 이렇게 아름다운 봄날 여러분들과 함께하게 되어서 너무나 행복한 마음이고요. 오늘 하루도 여러분들 행복 가득한 날 되시길 바라겠고 다음에 또 다시 만나 뵙는 그날을 고대하면서 마지막 곡 부르도록 하겠습니다. I hope you enjoy today and to meet you again. Thank you. I will sing the last song, You Raise Me Up. Thank you. When I am down and all my soul so weary, when troubles come and my heart burdened be, then I am still and wait here in the silence until you come and see the while with me. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. If you know this song, you can sing together. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up so I can stand on mountains. You raise me up to walk on stormy seas. I am strong when I am on your shoulders. You raise me up to more than I can be. You raise me up to more than I Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What an amazing performance. Our seventh speaker is Madam Hilda Patricia Marroquin de Morales, the former First Lady of Guatemala. Dama, your floor. She will speak in Spanish.
Good afternoon. I talk in Spanish. I speak in Spanish. Reciban todas ustedes un sincero y efusivo saludo del pueblo de Guatemala, el país de la eterna primavera, en América Central. Es para mí un gran gusto y un gran honor volver a estar en una cumbre mundial organizada por la Federación de la Paz Universal. Felicito a la doctora Moon por su abnegada labor para alcanzar la paz en todos los rincones de nuestro planeta. Es importante también reconocer el trabajo que hace la UPF y sobre todo el impacto que su trabajo tiene en todas las naciones. Nos hemos reunido una vez más para hablar de la paz, un futuro de paz y prosperidad. Pero pregunto, ¿cómo empieza la paz? La paz empieza con una sonrisa. Esta frase es corta y sencilla, pero contundente. La dijo la Madre Teresa de Calcuta. Y si queremos un futuro esperanzador de paz, ¿qué les parece si ahora, hoy mismo, iniciamos todas con una sonrisa? Sonriamos todas, smile. Qué lindas son todas ustedes, pero sonriendo se ven aún más. Empezaremos reconociendo, primero, la necesidad de familias fuertes como base para una sociedad fuerte. Debemos reconocer que la familia es el pilar fundamental de toda sociedad. Es dentro de ella que se siembran los valores fundamentales de respeto, amor, solidaridad y responsabilidad. Una familia sólida es el cimiento sobre el cual se construye una nación próspera. Pero hay desafíos. ¿Cuáles son los desafíos actuales? Empecemos con la violencia, cualquiera que ésta sea, la desintegración familiar y la falta de apoyo a las familias en situación de vulnerabilidad. Estos problemas afectan la estabilidad social y económica de las naciones. Asimismo, debemos reconocer el rol de las políticas públicas. Como lideresas, podemos fomentar políticas que promuevan el bienestar familiar, como el acceso a servicios de salud, educación, programas de apoyo a madres y padres y la promoción de valores familiares en las comunidades. Durante mi gestión como primera dama, tuve la oportunidad de dirigir 2 secretarías de Estado. La SOSEP, que es la Secretaría de Obras Sociales de la esposa del presidente, con la que dirigí programas de apoyo a personas de la tercera edad, con el MAD. MAD significa Mis Años Dorados. Con este programa atendimos a miles de adultos mayores con servicios de salud, cuidado personal y entretenimiento. También dirigí la SBS, que es la Secretaría de Bienestar Social, con la que atendimos a niños y niñas institucionalizados, logrando la reunificación familiar de miles de niños a sus familias, con ayuda psicológica, legal y económica. Segundo, el rol de las artes en la construcción de la paz. Empecemos por el poder de las artes. Las artes tienen un poder transformador. La danza, la música, las artes visuales y otras formas culturales pueden crear puentes de entendimiento entre comunidades, sanar heridas y fomentar un sentido de unidad y pertenencia. La música y la danza son un lenguaje universal. Desde tiempos inmemoriales, la música y la danza han sido herramientas poderosas para expresar emociones, contar historias y unir personas más allá de las fronteras lingüísticas y culturales. Otro elemento importante es la paz a través de la cultura. Las comunidades que abrazan la diversidad cultural y fomentan las artes suelen ser más pacíficas, inclusivas y resilientes. Las artes permiten un espacio para el diálogo, la reconciliación y la curación social. Por lo anterior, debemos procurar hacer proyectos que inspiren. Con la Secretaría que les mencioné de Bienestar Social, implementamos un proyecto de teatro donde 13 jóvenes menores de edad en conflicto con la ley penal en proceso de reinserción participaron en una obra de teatro, demostrando su talento y su pasión. Pero más importante que eso es que demostraron que todos podemos enmendar los errores del pasado. Tercero, la prosperidad a través del empoderamiento de la mujer. Lo primero que quiero destacar acá es el liderazgo femenino. Las mujeres tenemos un papel crucial en la construcción de sociedades prósperas. Cuando las mujeres son empoderadas, ya sea a través de la educación, la participación política o el liderazgo empresarial, las comunidades y países avanzan. También quiero hablar del rol de las primeras damas. Como primeras damas y lideresas, tenemos la plataforma única para influir en políticas que promuevan la igualdad de género, la inclusión y el empoderamiento de las mujeres. Esto incluye iniciativas en áreas como el acceso a la educación, la eliminación de violencia de género y finalmente la promoción de la participación política. Cuarto, la cooperación global como clave para la paz y la prosperidad. Ahora quiero hacer énfasis en la fuerza de la unidad global. Ningún país o líder puede lograr la paz y prosperidad de forma aislada. La cooperación entre naciones es esencial para enfrentar desafíos globales como la pobreza, el cambio climático y la inseguridad. Y volvemos al punto de hablar del papel de las primeras damas y lideresas. A través de las iniciativas de las primeras damas se pueden construir redes internacionales que aborden estos problemas de forma colaborativa. Ejemplos de liderazgo global de las primeras damas y mujeres en posiciones de poder pueden inspirar acciones concretas. Pero, ¿qué acciones concretas para el futuro podemos ver? Por ejemplo, la creación de plataformas internacionales para el apoyo de familias, donde la promoción de las artes para la resolución de conflictos y el fortalecimiento de políticas favorezcan a las mujeres y niños. En síntesis, la paz y la prosperidad no solo son sueños, sino realidades alcanzables. Y si alguien les quiere ver como sueño, recordemos la frase de Walt Disney: si lo puedes soñar, lo puedes lograr. Ahora solo me resta invitarlas a hacer el compromiso de continuar con estos esfuerzos por hablar, proponer y buscar la paz y prosperidad en nuestras naciones. Cada una de nosotras tenemos la responsabilidad y un papel protagónico en esta causa. Cada una de nosotras puede hacer una diferencia significativa para construir un mejor futuro para las nuevas generaciones. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad de poder dirigirme a distinguido auditorio. Dios les bendiga y prospere en todo lo que se proponga. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Dama Morales. Our eighth speaker is Her Excellency Calista Ginny Mutharika, the former First Lady of Malawi and the current Ambassador of Kenya of the Malawi High Commission. Your Excellency, your floor.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am delighted and really feel honored to stand before you today at this Universal Peace Federation, Universal Peace Federation World Summit 2025. As I look around this room, filled with leaders, thinkers, and change makers from across the globe, I feel a deep sense of hope, a hope that together we can create a future where peace and prosperity are not dreams, but realities for all. As I reflect on the theme of this summit, toward a hopeful future of peace and prosperity, my thoughts turn to my beloved Malawi, a country whose heartbeat is its people. Malawi is often called the warm heart of Africa, not just for its hospitality, but for its enduring spirit of peace. Yet, like many other nations, we have faced challenges that tested our resolve. I remember vividly the political unrest of 2011, a time when tensions ran high and uncertainty loomed over us. But what inspires me today is how Malawians chose dialogue and not division. Leaders from government and civil society came together not as adversaries, but as partners to find solutions. With support from the United Nations, we created the National Peace Policy, a framework that fosters collaboration and understanding. This moment taught us that peace is not just the absence of conflict. It is the presence of courage, the courage to listen, to compromise, and to unite. In our villages around Malawi, I have seen and heard how families and children are suffering because of poverty. I have met children on a weekday and asked them why they are not in school. And they have given me several answers. I am hungry, too hungry to go to school. I have no clothes to wear to go to school. I have no notebooks to go to school. And some have answered me by saying they have no parents. Their parents died due to the HIV and AIDS scourge that has been there for several years. In other villages that I have visited, I have seen how strong families
form the backbone of peaceful communities. And I recall visiting rural areas where extended families supported each other through hardships like crop failures caused by climate change. These families reminded me that love and resilience can overcome even the greatest struggles. But they also showed me that families need more support, more opportunities to truly thrive. When families are strong, societies flourish and prosper, and people help each other, making sure that children have clothes, children are not hungry, and children go to school. So, when families, societies help each other, peace becomes possible because they are united. As a former First Lady and as a woman, I have witnessed the extraordinary power of women. The extraordinary power of women hold in building bridges where wars once stood. Women in Malawi are peacemakers in their homes, in their communities. And beyond resolving conflicts with empathy and leading humanitarian efforts for refugees and vulnerable groups, they continue to unite and solve problems together. When women are included in leadership roles, they bring perspectives that make solutions more inclusive and lasting. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, peace is not an abstract idea. It is deeply personal. It is about the choices we make every day to uplift rather than to tear, to include rather than exclude. Let us take inspiration from Malawi's journey, not because it is perfect, but because it shows that even small steps can lead to big change. The Universal Peace Federation embodies the spirit of compassion and unity, a vision beautifully reflected in the Safe Motherhood initiative that I started. As Goodwill Ambassador for Safe Motherhood, I embraced the profound responsibility of advocating for mothers and vulnerable populations. Inspired by the Africa Union Conference of Ministers of Health, this role was more than a title, it was a commitment to creating a society where women's voices are heard and their lives protected. Through the Safe Motherhood Foundation, I worked tirelessly to advance women's empowerment and ensure that no mother faces preventable risks in our rapidly evolving world. This mission resonates deeply with the Federation's pursuit of harmony, reminding us that peace begins with safeguarding life itself. I urge each one of us here today to commit ourselves to action, action that empowers women and the youth, action that strengthens families supports dialogue, and embraces creativity as a pathway to unity. Together, we can make peace not just our legacy, but our gift to future generations. As I conclude, let me thank Holy Mother Moon and the organizers of this wonderful summit, which will surely bear fruits of peace around the world. May this summit ignite the hope we all carry in our hearts. Asanteni sana, thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Our ninth speaker is Honorable Emilia Patricia Alfaro de Franco, the former First Lady of Paraguay and former Senator. Honorable, your floor.
Honorables representantes de distintos países, señoras y señores de la Asociación Internacional de Primeras Damas por la Paz y de la Federación de Mujeres por la Paz Mundial, hoy reunidas para que esta cumbre de primeras damas podamos ver un futuro esperanzador de paz y prosperidad. En primer lugar, quiero agradecer tan importante invitación como varios años más nos ha hecho la doctora Hat Jahan, fundadora de la Federación de Mujeres por la Paz Mundial, y de la señora Blessie Dhakal. Muchas gracias, coordinadora de la Asociación Internacional de Primeras Damas por la Paz. Y esta reunión me hace presentar las buenas prácticas exitosas en Paraguay, iniciativas orientadas a mujeres que como pilar de las familias contribuyen a la armonía. Compartiré experiencias de implementación de leyes que cuando fui diputada y luego senadora de la República hemos impulsado. Políticas públicas para mujeres rurales. Paraguay es un país en donde la agricultura tiene un valor muy importante. Y también el Programa Nacional Ciudad Mujer. Para la implementación de la Ley de Mujeres Rurales, se ha conformado una comisión interinstitucional de seguimiento y aplicación en base a una propuesta de sistema de gestión para la participación de instancias de la sociedad civil que tiene por objetivo ser un espacio permanente de diálogo, participación y coordinación entre el Estado y la sociedad civil. En ese marco se crea un registro de organizaciones de la sociedad civil que se constituye en una base de datos de las organizaciones vinculadas a la temática de mujeres rurales, generando espacios de articulación y participación que faciliten la información, la consulta y la incidencia de dichas organizaciones. En el marco del plan de socialización y desarrollo de capacidades dirigidos a organizaciones de mujeres rurales y a los funcionarios de estas instituciones que integran esta comisión, se han realizado varias actividades durante todos los años. mujeres rurales participaron de la presentación del Informe Nacional de Aplicación de la Ley. Mujeres lideresas rurales que fueron capacitadas en el marco de la ley, a su vez contó con intercambio de experiencias para la propuesta de mecanismo de participación denominado Ñemonguetá con mujeres rurales. Ñemonguetá en el idioma guaraní es hablar entre mujeres, llevándose a cabo en 5 departamentos de Paraguay. En este periodo se llegaron a desarrollar 2 foros regionales en la región oriental y occidental. Servidores y servidoras públicas de los centros de atención del crédito agrícola de habilitación también fueron capacitados. Funcionarios del equipo gerencial y directivo del INDER, capacitados en la Ley de Mujer Rural y en la implementación efectiva del protocolo de prevención y abordaje de la violencia patrimonial e institucional dirigida a mujeres rurales. Capacitación e intercambio de buenas prácticas a funcionarios que participan de la comisión. La segunda experiencia, muy interesante, refiere al Programa Nacional Ciudad Mujer, en el que convergen a varias instituciones en coordinación con el Ministerio de la Mujer. Se cuenta con la provisión de servicios en módulos de salud sexual y reproductiva, atención y prevención a la violencia contra la mujer, cuidado infantil y empoderamiento económico. En este último modo, se brindan espacios de capacitación, orientación y capital semilla, orientando al logro del empoderamiento en coordinación con el Ministerio del Trabajo, Empleo y Seguridad Social. Se atendieron a más de 175.000 mujeres con 332.000 servicios brindados. Como buenas prácticas en otras instituciones podemos mencionar el Ministerio del Trabajo, Empleo y Seguridad, que benefició a 54.000 mujeres rurales con acciones formativas. Así también 160.000 emprendimientos de mujeres. El crédito agrícola de habilitación, con una banca comunal, mujer emprendedora y el centro de acopio frutihortícola Yamapopona. El Instituto Forestal Nacional, a través de los centros de formación, han formado a muchas mujeres en técnicos superiores forestales. Más de 860 mujeres recibieron lo relacionado al manejo de bosques nativos, cuidando así el medio ambiente. A través del Banco de Fomento, más de 5.100 mujeres rurales accedieron a créditos Cuñá Catupgru, que significa en el idioma guaraní mujer fuerte, empoderada. Además de 300 mujeres rurales accedieron a las líneas de crédito para el desarrollo de actividades agropecuarias. En conclusión, las familias fuertes son la base sobre la que se construye una sociedad fuerte y sobre todo en un país pequeño y subdesarrollado como Paraguay. Debemos priorizar el tiempo que pasamos juntos, enseñar los valores y principios sólidos a nuestros hijos y buscar el apoyo cuando lo necesitamos. Juntas podemos construir familias fuertes y una sociedad más justa, equitativa y más próspera. Y con el permiso de nuestra compañera y de las traductoras, quería nada más agradecer infinitamente este espacio que tenemos las mujeres para expresar nuestros apoyos, nuestra fuerza para buscar la paz mundial. Y agradecer nuevamente a la doctora Hat Yakamum por darnos este valioso espacio. Decirles y contarles que hemos llegado el jueves muy de noche, llegamos mi esposo y yo, pero no llegaron las valijas. Llegamos y estuvimos sin ropa. Al día siguiente teníamos el encuentro con la Madre Moon. Era muy temprano. Entonces, no tuvimos oportunidad de ir a ver otra vestimenta. Y nos hemos preguntado si íbamos a participar o no. Y dijimos con mi esposo, bueno, estamos en championes, en tenis, estamos de gym, pero la madre es una madre y va a comprender. Así que estoy muy contenta y muy emocionada de estar con ustedes. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Honorable Emilia Franco. So when she arrived from her country, so she immediately messaged me that she lost her luggage. And she's wearing the clothes for 2 days. And finally today, she have a new cloth because her luggage couldn't come until now. Yeah. So our 10th speaker is Madam Shuranti Rajapaksa, the former First Lady of Sri Lanka. Madam Rajapaksa, your floor.
Greetings from Sri Lanka. Ayubowan. Holy Mother, Dr. Mrs. Haq Jahan Moon, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to speak to you on the topic close to our hearts, building a peaceful and a prosperous future. As we look at our world, we see conflict, division, and sufferings, yet we see hope, resilience, and hope for change. The path to peace is not a complicated idea. It is built on a practical steps that each of us can take. Peace begins not in conference halls, but in the warmth of the homes. Families are the first school of love, where children learn values such as respect, empathy, and responsibility. A society built on a strong families foster stability and harmony. In Sri Lanka, a nation that has been seen both conflict and reconciliation. Strengthening families' bonds can be key strategies in preventing future divisions. Parently guidance, ethical education, and mutual understanding within the households can shape individuals who values peace over hostility. When we look at the world today, women have a unique role in fostering peace. As mothers, sisters, and leaders, they can settle conflicts before they are worsened. In Sri Lanka, we have seen how women played a critical role in the post-war reconciliation, advocating for truth, justice, and healing. By empowering women with education, leadership, opportunities, and platforms for dialogue, we can They are political to bridge divisions and to build trust. Dr. Haq Jahan Moon, co-founder of the Universal Peace Federation, also known as the Holy Mother, has dedicated her entire life to peace building, strengthening on the role of strong families bonds as indicated programs worldwide. Promoting interfaith dialogues, women's leadership, and sustainable development. Her vision for peace is deeply rooted in the family values and the global cooperation. One of her key messages is that lasting peace is not achieved by policies alone, but through a transformation of hearts and relationships. Her Mother of Peace programs encourages individuals to cultivate the minds of the forgiveness, love, and duty, and unity. Similar to peace programs of her true mother, we must take practical steps in our own societies and countries. Parents must actively install values of the peace in children, creating homes that foster love and mutual respect. Also, women should be encouraged to lead the reconciliation effects, participate in the community dialogues, and to take up the decision-making roles. We should actively promote interfaith and the cross-cultural dialogues in countries like Sri Lanka, where Sri Lanka divides ethics and religions. Commitments must engage in open conversations to build the mutual understanding. It is also important that the schools incorporated peace, unity over discord. Let us be inspired by leaders like Dr. Jahan Moon and to take the practical steps to create a world where peace is not just the absence of conflict, but the presence of love and harmony. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Rajapaksa, for keeping the time. Our 11th speaker is Madam Rima Harising Carmona, who served as the First Lady of Trinidad and Tobago from 2013 to 2018. Madam, your floor.
Dr. Moon, First Ladies and former First Ladies, the executives of the IAFLP, and distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to everyone. The role of women as the backbone of society, as the bedrock of a nation, as the foundation of the family, is as enduring as it is immutable. Women empowerment and inclusivity trigger real and progressive social transformation in any society. We must therefore nurture, augment, and support an environment for peace and prosperity by ensuring that our constitutions and political structures recognize the need for equitable balance and genuine inclusivity in the social, economic, and political fabric of our societies. In global societies, women play an important role in maintaining and perpetuating a sustainable culture of peace, stability, and prosperity. Theirs is a vested interest, for they are often victims of war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity. In many countries globally, women are afforded fundamental human rights to prosper and to succeed, but not all. For example, not too long ago, there was a hopeful future of peace, prosperity, and stability in the lives of Afghan women and girls, but it all came crashing down. The Afghan authorities have banned women from taking up a job if there is a man to fill the position. Afghan women fought for equality of treatment and opportunity by educating themselves, by demanding presence in governance and institutions, by forging independent spirits, by working hard to realize personal dreams and ambitions, by opposing child marriages, by being somebody, and most of all, by not being somebody's chattel. Regrettably, those edifices and demonstrable positives of women empowerment were bulldozed by ruthless men. In this regard, we must stand in constant solidarity with women and children under oppression, raising our voices for justice, whether it is about Myanmar, South Sudan, the Gaza, Ukraine, or in those horrible lurid refugee and migrant camps. Only on Friday, the UN Human Rights Office reported that between March 18th and April 9th, 36 women and children were killed, only. Women traditionally have been stabilizers both at home and in national life. If we are looking for a hopeful, peaceful, and stable future for our women folk, we must recognize that women empowerment, development, and peace are interconnected and inextricably linked. The United Nations recognized that symbiotic relationship as being integral to any peace process in times of conflict and in cultivating a culture of sustainable peace and enduring prosperity. Resolution 1325 of the UN Security Council gave credence to the role of women in advancing social change and in curtailing conflict and turmoil. Women have the capacity, competence, and vision to build bridges, appease warring factions, mediate and resolve conflict, and be that empathetic balm to internecine turmoil. There is therefore that intractable need for effective numerical female representation in the corridors of power. And if I may add, not by appointing women to soft institutional and governmental positions with limited clout. Additionally, the United Nations Security Council and the UN General Assembly as far back as April 2016 emphasized that security, development, and human rights are closely interlinked and mutually reinforcing. I continue to be both impressed and inspired by Agenda 2063, the Africa we want, that bespeaks of social progress in the context of more women being placed in effective positions in the corridors of power, positing the ascendancy of women in all facets of economic, social, and political governance. Goal 5 is very pointed and matter of fact, to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. This is no pipe dream for prosperity, but there is still work to be done to break down the economic shackles placed on entrepreneurial women. In Africa, women drive economic growth and prosperity. 70% of cross-border traders in Africa are women, making them an economic growth accelerator of Africa's economy. Even though women play this critical role in building the economy, advancing businesses in infancy stage, and driving the circular flow of income, they are more readily denied access to key trader networks than men. They are subjected to more time-consuming trade procedures and documentary requirements than men. Women working to produce exportable goods and services access less inputs and raw materials than men. And this is required to increase their productivity and allow them to compete successfully in export markets. As a global citizen of a small island development state, and as an economist, I can speak with some authority on the effects of borrowing policies in our burgeoning democracies on women folk. Women are often made to suffer the consequences of structural adjustment programs simply because women empowerment is seen solely as a social initiative and not as an economic development strategy. Structural adjustment programs often lead to reduced government spending on social services, increased unemployment, and rising prices, especially in essential goods, which women need for their homes. This increases levels of poverty and inequality within societies, and women are often made to suffer its effects as resources are taken away from them due to compliance and conformity to World Bank directives and IMF policies. World leaders need to institutionalize equitable access to opportunity for women in the spheres of business, finance, and entrepreneurship to sustain progressive economic development. In 2018, at the World Trade Organization Buenos Aires Declaration on Trade and Women's Economic Empowerment, it was highlighted that steps to empower women economically are happening slowly, but not systematically. In the area of global trade, we have made some small progress in helping women enter global markets, either directly or as part of global supply chains. Women are not less capable at exporting. Instead, they often lack access to information, to finance, and to technology. The problem is not that the exporter is female, but that the system is not attuned to ensuring women have the same access to those opportunities as men. Leadership has to be inclusive, innovative, visionary, and competent. Experienced and qualified women must have equal access and opportunity if the body politic of the nation state is to prosper. As mothers, we must build strong, healthy homes. Our homes must create ambassadors of peace, stability, and compassion. As First Ladies, we can guide and advise our husbands, never overstepping our boundaries in the area of constitutional governance. I have to laugh, is it? Every woman, regardless of demographic or station in life, has a vested interest and defining role in the maintenance and sustenance of peace and development within their individual countries and in the world. Integral to any developmental agenda must be women empowerment, gender equality, fair and just treatment, and gender justice. The UN has stated matter-of-factly, and I quote, "Women leadership and participation in peace building is a prerequisite for the fulfillment of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development," end quote. In other words, without women's participation, we will not achieve lasting peace. And without the stability of peace, we will not achieve sustainable development, transformation, prosperity, and the benefits of women empowerment. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Madam Carmona. Our 12th speaker is Dr. Maria Carla Ochatarena. She's the president of the Western Mindanao State University, the Philippines. She has 29,000 students under her. Dr. Carla, your floor.
Distinguished First Ladies, esteemed leaders, and fellow women advocates of peace, Buenos dias a todos. Nelson Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Today, we stand at a crossroads. War, injustice, and division persist across nations. So what if the most powerful weapon is not one that destroys, but one that empowers? What if the key to lasting peace is not military strength, but education? True peace is not just the absence of war, it is the presence of justice, dignity, and opportunity for all, especially as women. How do we dismantle systems that breed conflict and replace them with those that fosters understanding and reconciliation? The answer is education. It prevents conflict, shapes leaders who choose diplomacy over division, and empowers societies to break the cycles of violence. Education transforms mindsets, equipping future generations with critical thinking, empathy, and dialogue skills. Imagine a world where every child learns compassion, cooperation, and conflict resolution. Imagine universities instilling a moral responsibility to use knowledge for peace and justice. This is not just a vision, this is a necessity. At Western Mindanao State University in Zamboanga City, Philippines, we embrace the responsibility of fostering peace through education. Our Peace and Human Security Institute engages with students, women, policymakers, and communities. Research, like studies on reintegration programs for former rebels, provides real-world solutions for peace building. WIMSU also participates in the Mindanao Week of Peace, working with women educators, security forces, and religious leaders. The first International Indigenous Peoples Bangsasama Summit in 2023 reaffirmed our commitment to inclusive and sustainable programs. We partnered with the Office of the Presidential Advisor on Peace, Reconciliation, and Unity to launch the Peace Education Resource Nook in the university. Peace education is not just an idea, it's a practice that is integrated into our curriculum, leadership programs, and community initiatives. We ensure that every graduate lives with a commitment to peace and nation building. Peace education must be integrated at every level, from primary to the universities. This aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 16 of peace, justice, and strong institutions. The responsibility to build a peaceful world does not rest on the educators alone. Governments, universities, and businesses must ensure learning is accessible, inclusive, and transformative, especially for women. Peace knows no borders, and neither should our efforts to cultivate it. Global partnership must strengthen research networks and shared frameworks for peace education. At WIMSU, we've seen firsthand that when education is intentional about peace, it creates ripples that transform communities. So imagine if we pool our knowledge, resources, and expertise into a global peace education movement. The impact, imagine the impact. The impact will be great as we look forward to it. The question is not if education can build peace, but when we will take decisive action to ensure it does. Let this summit be more than a gathering of ideas. Let it be a call to action. Let us commit to formalizing peace education globally, ensuring that every child, student, and future women leaders learn the values of peace, justice, and shared humanity. To the organizers of the World Summit 2025, my dear friend Blessie here, Dhakal, I extend my deepest gratitude To my fellow leaders, educators, the First Ladies, and advocates of peace, thank you for standing at the forefront of this mission. Together, we can build a future grounded in equality, empathy, and a shared wisdom, shaping a world that thrives on lasting harmony and collective progress. Once again, kamsahamnida at muchas gracias a todos.
Wow. Muchas gracias, Dr. Ochotorena. Last but not the least, our 13th speaker is Honorable Lork Keng, Chairwoman of Commission 8 and President of the Cambodia Women Parliamentary Caucus. Honorable Lork, your floor.
Very good afternoon. Excellency, First Lady, honorable panelists, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Universal Peace Federation for organizing this important First Lady Summit, providing a platform for open and constructive dialogue among women leaders from across the globe. This event serves as a beacon for collaboration and mutual understanding. The theme of this year's summit, toward a hopeful future of peace and prosperity, is both timely and deeply significant. It highlights the vital role women play in the shaping of future of peace and prosperity. I want to underscore that women are not only central of peace building and development, but are also indispensable agents of change. Cambodia has a unique perspective on the value of peace. Our country endures 3 decades of civil war and was nearly destroyed during the Khmer Rule regime from 1975 to 1979. Having lived through such profound tragedy, we have come to understand that peace is the cornerstone upon which all progress is built. As a result, we are steadfast in our commitment to maintaining peace and sharing our experience in peace building with other nations. The Women, Peace and Security WPS agenda has been a cornerstone of Cambodia nation, regional and international effort. The WPS agenda emphasizes that women must be integral to peace process, not just as participants, but as leaders shaping solution and outcome. Cambodia is in the process of finalizing its first national action plan on women, peace and security. I urge other countries that have not yet developed such plan to prioritize this important work, as it is crucial to advancing our collective peace and security goal. Regionally, as the chair of ASEAN in 2022, Cambodia works diligently to promote dialogue and consensus building. This leads to the adoption of the Asian Regional Plan of Action on Women, Peace and Security. Under the framework of the Asian Interparliamentary Assembly (AIPA), we also adopt a resolution aimed at promoting the role of women parliamentarians in advancing the women, peace and security agenda. Domestically, under the visionary leadership of Samdech Moha Ratsapiathikathapadi Khun Sodari, Cambodia has worked tirelessly to integrate gender equality in national policy, law, and strategy. We are committed to fostering a gender-responsive parliament where women parliamentarians and staff are recognized, empowered, and valued based on merit and justice. I would like to propose our 4 key actions to further advance in women, peace, and security agenda. First, promote a culture of dialogue across all sectors to raise awareness of the essential role women play in peace and development. Second, encourage women leaders to advocate for the development of National Action Plan for WPS in line with UN Security Council Resolution 1325, urging their government and the parliament to take action. Third, build network of women leaders committed to advocating for increased participation of women in peace and security process, ensuring that their voice are heard and valued. Increase international funding and resources to support programs that promote women involvement in peace building and security efforts. In conclusion, I want to stress that sustainable peace and development cannot be achieved without the full participation of women. Their contributions are not just valuable, they are essential for lasting peace and prosperity. Yes. We together, we can change the world. Yes. Please, God bless to all women and girls in this world, especially to the Mother Moon for a long, long life. Yes. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kang. At this time, we would like to invite all speakers to the stage to receive the token of appreciation for their valuable contributions. Today, the gifts will be given or presented by Dr. Julia Moon, Mrs. Moriko Hori, Mrs. Young San Che, representing the Women's Federation for World Peace Korea, and yours truly. And all speakers, please remain on the stage for official photo later on. Por favor, anda aquí arriba, el mga First Ladies, Damas. Yeah. 3 pieces each, yeah. 회장님, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Please make a line straight, please, Madam. Yeah. And speakers. Yeah. So, 3 each. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we will give simultaneously the gift for the. Okay, ready? Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Now. Okay, chair for the, please put in the front right now. And the first ladies, please sit down on the chair. Our first ladies, current and former first ladies, please sit in the chair. Yeah. Yes, yes. Also, Dr. Lanyang Moon, please come on the stage. Yeah, please. For now, first ladies on the chair. Yeah. Yeah. Madam Carmona, maybe you can. And then we'll. No, yes. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah. Madam Alfaro. Okay. Oh, igunon. Okay, all first ladies are in the chair right now. Okay. Hana, do, set, net. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. And I would like to call upon Roswitha, Cindy, Alexa, Susan, the international coordinator of IAFLP, please be on the stage. Pali-Pali, Caroline, Alexa, yeah, closer together, okay. Okay. Alexa, Hana, do, set. Yeah, we're waiting for Alexa. Chankamanyo. International coordinator, please come on the stage. Okay. Please give your best smile ahead. Yeah, please make balance on the other side, please. Okay, final. Hana, Dul, set. Okay, 1, 2, 3, smile. Kamsahamnida. So this concludes our first session. Not me. Merly. Okay.
May we kindly ask one more time to please go back to your seats.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you so much. But the next program will be starting very soon. So please take your seats. And while the hotel people are preparing tea and coffee and cakes, we are going to listen to music. So please take your seat. Stop taking photos. Please take your seat. The next program will be starting very soon. Hello, everybody. Ladies.
Hello, everyone. Okay. Distinguished ladies, friends, gentlemen, at this point, I'd like to welcome the Junghom Band. They are the acoustic duo which consists of vocalist Jungmin Kyung and guitarist Hwang Myung-hom. They incorporated each of their names into the band name to naturally reflect their identities in their music. Since their debut with the single Beach Paradise in August of 2014, they have released 11 singles and participated in 3 OSTs connecting with the public through various broadcasts. The music and performances of Junghom Band bring warmth and happiness, often eliciting smiles from their audience. This warmth is evident in both the content and the style of their storytelling. Drawing from their experiences in various genres such as K-pop, jazz, pop, and rock, they plan to showcase their musicality in their first full-length album set to be released in 2027. For the 33rd anniversary of the Women's Federation for World Peace, they will perform 2 songs, Close to You and the Parami Pomorunun Koshi, which a Korean song which means where wind blows. Ladies and gentlemen, let us sit back, relax, and enjoy this magnificent performance. Let us welcome Junghom Band.
안녕하세요. Thank you. Hello, everyone. We are Junghom Band. We're happy to share our music with you today. The first song is Close to You. 기타 소리 올려주세요. Why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near? Just like me, they long to be close to you. Why do stars fall down from the sky every time you walk by? Just like me, they long to be close to you. On the day that you were born, the angels got together and decided to create our dreams come true. So let's sprinkle moon dust in your hair, of cold starlight in your eyes so blue. That is why all the girls in town follow you all around, just like to be close to you. The day that you were born, the angels got together and decided to create our dreams come true. So they sprinkle models in your hair, of course the starlight in your eyes so blue. That is why all the girls in town follow you all around. Just like me, they long to be close to you. Just like me, they long to be close to you. 고맙습니다. 네, Close to You 였습니다. Next song is 바람이 불어오는 곳입니다. It's a beautiful Korean song. The title is Where the Wind Blows. In Korean, it's called 바람이 불어오는 곳. 그곳으로 가네. 그대의 머릿결 같은 나무 아래로 덜컹이는 기차에 기대어 너에게 편지를 쓴다. 꿈에 보았던 그 길에 서 있네. 설레임과 두려움으로 불안한 행복이지만 우리가 느끼며 바라볼 하늘과 사람들 힘겨운 날들도 있지만 새로운 꿈들을 위해 바람이 불어오는 곳 그곳으로 가네. 기타 햇살이 눈부신 곳 그곳으로 가네. 바람에 내 몸을 맡기고 그곳으로 가네. 출렁이는 파도에 흔들려도 수평선을 바라보며 바람이 불어오는 곳 그곳으로 가네. 바람이 불어오는 곳 그곳으로 가네. 고맙습니다. Thank you. 네, our next song is our last song. Over the Rainbow. 네, Over the Rainbow를 들려드리겠습니다. 네, 계속해서 행복한 시간 되시길 바라겠습니다. 고맙습니다. Thank you, everyone. 눈을 감으면 무지개가 보일 거야. 따스히 밝게 날 녹여줄 그 이야기. 쿠치 쿠치 쿠쿠쿠쿠쿠쿠쿠. Somewhere over the rainbow, way out by, there's a land that I heard of once in a lullaby. Somewhere skies are blue. There's a dreams that up there too. Dreams really do come true. Someday I wish upon a star and wake up where the clouds above behind me. Droppers smell like lemon drops away above the chimney tops. The way you find me somewhere over the rainbow. Bluebirds fly, birds fly over the rainbow. Why then why can't I? Guitar. Skies are blue. Why that oh why can't I? Why that why can't I? Why that oh why can't I? 고맙습니다. 정은 밴드였습니다.
What a beautiful performance. Thank you so much, Junghum Band. One more time, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start, or actually we're starting the second part of our program. May I request everyone to please go back to your seats. Thank you very much. Excellencies, First Ladies, honored guests, peace leaders, and cherished leaders of Women's Federation for World Peace, good evening. 안녕하세요. Once again, a very warm welcome to the second part of our program. My name is Merle Barlan. I am the Vice President of Women's Federation for World Peace International. I'm also the Director of the Office for UN Relations in New York. It is my great honor to be your Masters of Ceremonies for this program. And tonight, we gather to commemorate more than 3 decades of global women's leadership under the theme, Women Charting a Peaceful Future Through Cooperation, Reconciliation, and Healing. In a world still caught in cycles of division, conflicts, and climate emergencies, and inequality, this gathering stands as a bridge towards a hopeful future. It reminds us that sustainable peace is not achieved through power and weapons, that peace is not just the absence of war, but the presence and occurrence of healing, the spirit of reconciliation achieved through love, empathy, service, and the unifying leadership of women. We begin this celebration by remembering the courageous journey of the great women of Women's Federation for World Peace, the original pioneers who believed that women and their maternal heart can transform nations. It was in 1992, at the close of the Cold War, when our founders, the late Reverend Sun Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, ignited a global women's movement based on living for the sake of others and the principle that peace begins in the home and extends to the world. Their vision and leadership inspired and empowered women to heed heaven's calling, which, according to Mother Moon, I quote, to serve as the mediators of forgiving, purifying, and regenerating grace to humanity, unquote. To reconcile, to heal, and to lead with love. These words have become WFWP's compass. Just 5 years after its founding, WFWP has advanced to the global stage, achieving the general consultative status at the United Nations, uplifting the lives of women and their communities in 128 nations, with the foundation laid by 1,600 overseas women volunteers from Japan. Ladies and gentlemen, could we please give a big round of applause to honor the pioneers of Women's Federation? Thank you. These women have planted seeds of peace by educating and empowering women in their families, fostering intercultural harmony and economic empowerment. The more than 1,500 projects that WFWP have initiated, from the Schools of Africa to the Bridge of Peace Sisterhood ceremonies, from the remote rural village community centers to the global peace building forums at the United Nations, WFWP's impactful work and its maternal leadership paradigm have become blueprints for building resilience, peaceful, and sustainable communities. In today's celebration, we will reflect on this extraordinary journey to honor remarkable women leaders who have dedicated their lives to peace. We will hear from global leaders, first ladies, and champions of peace, and be inspired once again to continue this noble world-saving path. So with full hearts, let us begin our celebration, and happy 33rd anniversary to the Women's Federation for World Peace. How beautiful. Thank you. To formally open this distinguished celebration, it is my great honor to invite to the stage the President of WFWP International, an extraordinary leader and guiding light of our movement, Mrs. Moriko Hori, for her opening remarks. I'll introduce her a little bit. She is the international president, and she has served as regional president of WFWP Japan since 2016, overseeing 800 chapters dedicated to family and youth education, with a degree in cultural anthropology from Columbia University and extensive studies towards PhD in international relations at Waseda University. She has led over 110 humanitarian projects supporting the SDGs in 50 countries. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our President Moriko Hori.
Hello, ladies. Me again. Hi. Thank you so much for your patience. There's only 2 more speeches. I am the second to the last, so I'm going to be very short. But since I'm the president of Women's Federation International, I have to give a speech. So please do understand. Let me start. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, honored colleagues, and cherished members of Women's Federation for World Peace International, good afternoon again. It is immense gratitude and heartfelt joy that I welcome. Sorry, the photo, oh, okay, good. There's a photo of me 10 years ago. I look very young and beautiful. Okay. Good, thank you. Okay, so where was I? Okay, I welcome all of you to this historical celebration of our 33rd anniversary. Today, we gather not only to honor the legacy of this extraordinary organization, but also to reaffirm our shared commitment to advancing peace, unity, and the dignity of all people across global community. For over 3 decades, Women's Federation International has stood as a beacon of hope and empowerment, driven by the transformative vision of women-led peace building. Together, we have demonstrated that when women unite, we create bridges across cultures, nations, and ideologies. Bridges built on compassion, collaboration, and courage. Reflecting on our journey, I am humbled by the countless lives that we have touched through our advocacy, humanitarian efforts, and educational initiatives. The voices of women and families have grown stronger, more resilient, and deeply influential in shaping dialogues around peace and sustainable development. Yet, as we celebrate this remarkable milestone, we are reminded of the challenges that remain. The world needs the spirit of Women's Federation more than ever. In the face of conflict, inequality, and division, we must continue to serve as unweaving champions of reconciliation, empowerment, and progress. Where was I? Where am I? I'm so, yes. Okay. Okay, our mission calls us to rise even higher, to lead boldly and amplify the voices of women whose contribution are too often marginalized or overlooked. On the 33rd anniversary, let us draw inspiration from principles that have sustained us, principle of universal love, unweaving respect of human rights, and the belief that peace begins in the heart of each individual. May we leave here today renewed in our resolve to build a world where every woman, man, and child can thrive in harmony and mutual understanding. Thank you for being part of this incredible journey. Together, we will continue to realize the vision of true peace and the lies at the heart of Women's Federation. Let us celebrate, reflect, and move forward, united in purpose. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Mrs. Hori, for always encouraging us with your inspiring message. If you want to see a manifestation of unwavering energy and relentless determination, you are looking at our president. In the middle of great difficulties, she is always beautiful and always shows us the way forward. Thank you. At this point, we're going to hear a congratulatory remarks from Mrs. Myung-ho, the President of Korean National Council of Women. It is my privilege to introduce a distinguished leader, one whose steadfast commitment to advancing women's role in society has left an indelible mark both in Korea and around the world. A prominent leader, she serves as the president of the Korean National Council of Women, and she's a member of the Gender Equality Committee under the Prime Minister's Office. Additionally, she is a special advisor to the Korean Red Cross and holds key roles in disaster relief and peaceful unification efforts. And also, she prepared a beautiful congratulatory gift to Women's Federation's 33rd anniversary, a beautiful flower, a giant flower. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ho. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mrs. Myung-ho.
전 오늘 한국말로 하기로 했습니다. 네. 존경하는 영부인 여러분, 호리 모리코 세계 평화여성연합 세계회장님, 전 세계 여성연합 임원님들과 회원 여러분, 그리고 각국 내외 기빈 여러분, 반갑습니다. 한국여성단체협의 회장 허명입니다. 세계평화여성연합 창립 33주년을 진심으로 축하드립니다. 이 뜻깊은 자리에 제가 참석하게 된 것을 정말 영광스럽게 생각합니다. 오늘 이 행사를 위해 노고를 아끼지 않으신 최영선 세계평화여성연합 한국회장님과 관계자 여러분께 깊은 감사 인사 드립니다. 1997년 유엔으로부터 포괄적 협의지 NGO로 등록되어 있는 세계평화여성연합은 지난 33년 동안 세계 평화를 위해 전 세계 160개 국가에서 빈곤 퇴치, 청소년 교육, 특히 여성의 권익 향상을 위한 리더십 교육 등 훌륭한 활동을 정말 많이 해왔습니다. 또한 여성이 평화를 만든다는 슬로건 아래 세계평화여성연합은 국내에서는 여성을 교육하고 여성의 힘을 북돋우면서 자유롭고 평화로운 한반도 통일을 위해서도 선도적 역할을 해왔습니다. 정말 대단히 자랑스러운 일입니다. 이 모든 성취는 전 세계 곳곳에서 묵묵히 활동해 오신 여러분 한 분 한 분의 노력 덕분입니다. 진심 어린 축하와 우리 모두 따뜻한 격려의 박수를 보내드립니다. (1959년) 창립된 저희 한국여성단체협의회는 54개 회원단체, 17개 시도 여성단체협의회, 전국 500만 회원들로 구성된 대한민국 최대의 대표적인 여성단체입니다. 여성의 권익 향상과 여성이 자신의 역량을 마음껏 발휘할 수 있는 공정한 사회 실현을 위해 활동하고 있습니다. 세계평화여성연합이 수행하고 있는 활동에는 저희 한국여성단체협회가 지향하고 있는 목표와 일치하는 부분이 아주 많이 있습니다. 그렇기에 저희 한국여성단체협의 전국 500만 회원들은 최영선 회장님이 원대한 비전과 비전이 실현되기를 한마음으로 응원하겠습니다. 다시 한번 세계평화여성연합회의 창립 33주년을 진심으로 축하드리며 오늘 이 자리에 계신 모든 분들에게 늘 건강과 행운이 함께하시기를 기원드립니다. 여러분 정말 감사합니다. 그리고 축하드립니다.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ho, for your exemplary work in gender equality, women empowerment, and your humanitarian work. Thank you so much. At this point, I kindly ask each one of you to pour the makol prepared before you into your glasses. There's a makol drink there. We are going to do a toast. Throughout history, it is the visionaries, the pioneers of peace, who shape the future. Today, we are graced by the presence of one of such trailblazer, whose legacy of service has helped mold WFWPI into a global force for good. Dr. Lanyang Moon, born in North Korea in 1942, is a renowned peace advocate, theologian, and educator. She served as the international president of WFWP and now serves as the president emerita. She led global peace and reconciliation efforts and currently holds key roles in academia and international peace organizations. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Lanyang Moon, President Emerita of WFWP International. As she leads us, she will lead us into a celebratory toast to 33 years of devotion, courage, and global impact.
May I speak in Korean or in English? Okay. Majority are speaking in English. Okay. Wow. Distinguished First Ladies and international leaders. Our international president, Mrs. Moriko Hori, and all the WFWP leaders and members across the globe. It is my great honor to welcome you all to this precious occasion, celebrating the 33rd anniversary of the founding of the Women's Federation for World Peace, and thank you for joining us. I joined WFWP in 1992 as one of the founding members. I was appointed as Secretary General in 1994 and later had the honor of serving as the international president until 2014. During those years, I traveled with the world with our beloved sisters, laughing, crying, and walking step by step for peace. Through the tireless efforts of our members in each country, WFWP has achieved remarkable results in contributing to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, that is UN SDGs. These efforts have powerfully demonstrated the vital role that women can play in building peace. They also strengthen our firm belief that sustainable peace activities will continue to grow and flourish into the future. It was a source of deep pride and honor for me to have walked this 33-year journey for peace together with WFWP, all the precious leaders and sisters. Thank you. As some of you may know, I was our MC mentioned, I was born in North Korea and came to the South as a refugee during the Korean War in 1950. Therefore, it has been of great personal significance to me that I could visit North Korea 19 times through my work with WFWP, striving for reconciliation and the peaceful reunification of the Korean Peninsula. Thank you. I sincerely hope that one day I may ride a bus with all of you to visit the beautiful seashore of Wonsan City, my hometown in North Korea. If we join our hearts and efforts together, I am confident that they will come in the near future. Do you believe in that? Yes. Thank you so much. Today is a day of joy and celebration. Let us toast, first of all, in gratitude to the founders of WFWP, Reverend Sun Myung-moon and Dr. Hak Ja-han Moon. When I met Reverend Moon, he was 36 years old. I was 13 years old, 70 years ago. So you can imagine how old I am now. Thank you very much. Also, to the health of happiness of all our ladies around the world, ladies and gentlemen, also here, who continue to dedicate themselves to building a peaceful and loving world. And finally, let us toast for the peace of the world and for the bright future of WFWP. When I say peace to the world, please join me in raising your glasses and shouting, peace. Are you ready? Yes. Okay, all together. Peace to the world. Peace. 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 Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lan Yang Moon, for your trailblazing leadership. Cheers to the past that laid our foundation, the present that fuels our mission, and the future we will build together. Once again, let us give her a big round of applause. Thank you, Dr. Moon. Throughout history, constructs have divided people and nations. Yet even the deepest divisions can be healed through empathy, repentance, and forgiveness. The Bridge of Peace project is a powerful and impactful peace-building project of WFWP that transformed the lives of hundreds and thousands of women around the world. To give us a deeper understanding of this meaningful and transformative project, I'd like to call on Mrs. Kayleigh Moffitt. She is the Regional President of WFWP North America, and she is also the Vice President for Programs of WFWP International. Mrs. Moffitt began her leadership as a teen, pastor, and youth organizer. She founded the Young Christian Leadership Conference and served with FFWPU and UPF USA. She holds degrees in business, family science, and peace studies, and she is a proud wife and mother of 3. Please help me welcome Mrs. Kayleigh Moffitt.
To stand on that. I'm tall enough, so. Thank you, Merle, and thank you so much to the wonderful, beautiful women and men who are supporting us tonight. I have the distinct pleasure of being able to introduce the Bridge of Peace program, and I'm also happy to say that you may have noticed I'm on the younger side, but my mother was also a Women's Federation leader, and you can say I grew up in the Bridge of Peace. As a young child, I was folding the programs at Bridge of Peace programs with my mom, and now I lead them myself in my role. Yes. So Merle mentioned I have a master's in peace studies, and when I was studying peace studies, one of the things, you study what things went well in peace and reconciliation and peace building, but also things that did not go well. And one of the most challenging aspects of peace building is lasting reconciliation. We can introduce policies and we can introduce institutions that can safeguard peace building and eradicate things that have caused conflict, but there's the inner turmoil and pain that continues to last after those policies are put in place. And so the forgiveness, the reconciliation between people of conflicting backgrounds is the most difficult part of peace building and reconciliation. And that's why I feel the work of especially Mother Moon, our founder, is so important. Her story is she was born in what is now North Korea also, as Lan Young Moon was sharing her story today. And her story as a refugee escaping into South Korea right before the war began as just a little girl, 6 years old. So from such a young age, she saw her country torn apart. And her whole life, she has dedicated to making sure this never happens again, that people do not suffer, and that we are able to heal the pain of people's families. She has witnessed and personally experienced the mistreatment from the North Korean regime, her family and her family members and her country people. And her husband, Father Moon, was also imprisoned by the North Korean regime as a result of sharing his faith. These two people have every reason to hate and to have resentment against North Korea. Would you say that's true? Absolutely. But as world leaders and peace leaders, they felt it was their responsibility to live for the sake of peace and the world, and so they sought out opportunities to model that in their own life. And they had an unprecedented meeting with Kim Il-sung. You have to understand, Father Moon is well known for teaching anti-communism ideals, and so to meet with a communist leader is unheard of, right? But because of their persistence and because of the life they've led, this miracle occurred. Now, when they were preparing to go to North Korea, Mother Moon writes in her memoir about what it took to prepare for this meeting. And she says, "We had to forgive Kim Il-sung, whose regime had hurt the nation and world, not to mention our extended family and ourselves. If we had thought of him only as our enemy, we could not have forgiven him. Only in the position of his parents, only with the heart of his mother could I forgive. To save her son sentenced to death, a mother will even seek to change the laws of her country. That is what the maternal heart is like. And with that heart, I pledge to forgive my enemy." Yes. Now, before making their trip to North Korea to meet Kim Il-sung, they were in Hawaii at the time. And we have some ladies here from Hawaii over here, this table. Hawaii is a special spiritual place of renewal, absolutely. And their testimony is that they used the time in Hawaii to walk the island many times and process their pain and their resentment. But with the heart of a mother was the only way that Mother Moon could forgive Kim Il-sung. And isn't that true, mothers in the audience? Yes, no matter what your child does, you love them no matter what. Even if it's unforgivable, you would still forgive them because they're your child. So Mother Moon's example of embracing somebody who is unforgivable for her as a mother is the most inspiring thing to me. And that, to me, is what the Bridge of Peace is about. It requires going beyond our own pain and circumstances and building bridges of peace for the sake of a more peaceful future. I want to read one more quote from her, which I think sums it all perfectly. And she says, "We went to North Korea not to get something, but to give genuine true love. For the sake of God, my husband and I forgave the unforgivable. For the sake of humanity, we loved the unlovable." Let's give that one more round of applause. So it is in this spirit that we celebrate the Bridge of Peace. And we believe especially that women have a unique role to play in peace building because of our capacity to embrace difficult circumstances with love, especially this motherly love. So today, if you've never seen a Bridge of Peace program, 2 women will start on opposite sides of the stage. Each of these women will share a brief, what we call peace promise, their motivation of why they're crossing the bridge. Each of these pairs represents a unique conflict, a historical conflict that they are stepping forward to represent. And even though these 2 women don't have personal conflict with each other, they're doing it for the sake of the people that they represent and the history that they represent. And my experience when we do this, sometimes emotions come up and tears come. But that's no problem, right? With women, we don't mind a few tears. But because it's such a deep experience when you take that kind of position for the sake of a more peaceful future. Now, this is not a physical bridge, right? This is a metaphorical bridge. But when you think about a bridge, it connects one place to another. And it's not about one person going to one side or going to this side saying, I'm right and you're wrong. It's about what? Meeting in the middle, right? So it requires both of us to make a change and to meet in the middle, and that's the significance of the bridge. The two women come together, and as following the Asian custom, they offer a half bow. If you're not familiar with this custom, this is a humble greeting, an appreciation. The deeper the bow means the deeper the respect. So we offer this bow to one another, and these two sisters will embrace one another. They'll hold hands, they'll come forward, and from that moment on, they are sisters. This is the language we use. And then your job is to cheer and clap and applaud and take pictures, okay? You can do that? Okay, so we have 4 representative pairings today. And before I do this, can I ask the staff to remove this podium? And I will go over to this side. Thank you. And then we need the 2 mic stands. Yeah. Okay.
Women's Federation for World Peace initiated the Bridge of Peace ceremony as a way to give women and mothers the opportunity to become true sisters and friends beyond race, religion, or nationality. The co-founders of Women's Federation have been living a lifestyle of loving and forgiving their enemies. Inspired by their example, the Bridge of Peace was introduced in 1994 as a tool of reconciliation and healing. Since then, tens of thousands have participated in the Middle East, Asia, Europe, Africa, South America, Canada, and the US. By embracing the other on the bridge, participants begin to heal not only wounds of the present, but also wounds of the past, and ultimately heal themselves.
I thank Father Sun Young Moon and Mother Hakcha Moon for their vision, because it's truly been realized today as so many of us with differences met at the bridge, embraced, and walked across the bridge together.
Today, we invite you all to participate in this healing process and to be a bridge of peace and love.
Okay, yes, give that a round of applause. My mom was in that video. I'm very proud of that. Okay, so for our first crossing today, we're doing an international crossing representing Russia and the US, which we know has much historical challenges together and ideological conflicts. But we have 2 women here representing these 2 nations. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Mrs. Caroline Betancourt. She is a former vice president for WFWP USA, and she's currently our chairwoman in San Diego, California. And her partner representing Russia is Mrs. Maria Terekova. She is the president of Women Are a Treasure of the Nation. Let's welcome them.
Hello, everyone. This is a great honor to be representing this bridge crossing. I've kind of grown up with it too, as Kaylee has too, so it means a lot. And I feel with all of the speeches that we've heard today, yes, they're wonderful speeches, but you have to kind of dig deeper to the root. And the root is that we don't understand or really accept each other. So I just wanted to say that it's my honor again to do this. It's my personal commitment in crossing this bridge today and embracing my sister Maria to respect the challenge we face coming from countries of Russia and the United States two countries that we have had and continue to have to this present time, devastating conflicts as we pursue our individual goals and ideologies. But after this time, I acknowledge that no matter our roots, we are fundamentally the same, with mutually shared values and hopes for love, peace, and happiness for our families and our lives. So therefore, I commit to love and respect you, Maria, as a mother, wife, daughter, and my sister, as we strive to embody our mutual goals of living for the sake of others.
Dear sisters, and my dear sister from USA, I'm Maria Levina, and I'm Russian and I'm Christian. And a few months ago, I had a dream. God told me that I needed to touch and to talk to the soul of every country in the world. And the soul of every country is woman. And I sincerely believe that if all the women in the world unite in prayer, the world will blossom in harmony and love. And now I'm standing here on the bridge of peace. And now all of us and my dear sister, we are praying now. And I'm sure that all God love and God power now is penetration in our family and our countries through woman's soul. I strongly believe that our two big and powerful countries, America and Russia, if we can overcome long-lasting tension and misunderstanding, and if we can be able to love, to forgive, and to cooperate, in this situation, we will enter a new year. And in this situation only, eternal world peace can become a reality. As a representative of Russia, I want to invest all my heart in this important ceremony of peace on this bridge. And I would like to finish my speech by one Oriental wisdom. Educate boy, then you educate man. Educate girl, and you educate nation. Educate nation, and you reap peace. Thank you, my dear.
A big round of applause to our sisters from the USA and Russia. Beautiful. So for our next pairing, this pairing represents the history between the Ivory Coast and France. France colonized Ivory Coast. I'd like to welcome Ms. Kadiwasa Traore. She is the founder and CEO of Women for Peace in Africa. And Ms. Marie-Francoise Mitchell. She is our former chairwoman of WFWP in Hawaii. Let's welcome them.
Greetings to all. This is my honor to be able to take responsibility for the mistakes of the past. And before healing occurs, we do have to recognize our wrongdoing. So this is with humility and also pride. And thanks to Holy Mother Moon and her motherly education and guidance, that I today accept and to walk the bridge of peace. And I would like to say to my dear sister Cody Vassa from Côte d'Ivoire, please forgive me. I am very deeply sorry for all the pain that my country, France, my people, the Caucasian white people, caused to you, to your people, to your country. Please forgive me. I love you. Thank you.
My name is Kadiwasa Traore from Ivory Coast. So by crossing this bridge today, I stand for the tribe, the Akan tribe that you can see the way we dress, from Ivory Coast, Côte d'Ivoire. It's a country located in West Africa, colonized by French, so France. How I believe in my country at that time, we believe in ancestor veneration and a supreme deity that we foster unity and also celebration, within our community. Acknowledging the history that has shaped us with the French people. I'm here today. I choose to welcome my sister, French sister, standing here, that I name Marie-Françoise, with an open heart. And I'm committed to let it go of the pain of our past. Together, we can build a bridge of understanding and compassion, transforming our shared sorrows into a powerful bond of hope and peace for generations to come. I forgive you.
Beautiful. They prepared special gifts from their culture to share with one another.
That I shared before, and I like to offer as a symbol, wrapped in a hand-woven package in Hawaii, a gift of peace and reconciliation to Kadivasa.
Let's give a big round of applause to our two sisters from Ivory Coast and France. Beautiful. Wow. Let's give one more big round of applause. get our good picture. All right, thank you so much, Mimi and Kadi. Our third crossing will bring up two of our previous speakers. They're representing Northeast Asia, which we know Korea and Japan have quite a complex history and even lasting feelings towards each other. I'd like to welcome back to the stage Mrs. Myung-ho, President of the Korean National Council of Women, and Mrs. Moriko Hori, the President of WFWP International and WFWP Japan. Let's welcome them. I think Mrs. Hori will go first.
Okay, this time I'm representing Japan. I'm Japanese, but when I was 12, my parents asked me to go to Korea. Because parents knows the history of Japan and Korea. Nan Young-moon, our president emerita, mentioned about the division of Korean Peninsula. But before that, Japan conquered Korea for 35 years. They took everything from them. And since I was 12 years old when I first came to Korea, I was alone. Because my parents just said, go to Korea and learn about history. And you have to be the bridge between Japan and Korea. And this is the moment that I can really be the bridge to actually, I stayed in Korea for 8 years. And I studied middle school and high school in Korean schools. There, I learned Korean language, but history and the suffering heart of Korean people. From the experience, I determined to reconcile these two countries. So I became a scholar. I've been studying about the reconciliation of Japan and Korea. So my PhD, my thesis was reconciliation between Japan and Korea, how to bring, peace in these two countries. And I wrote many academic papers. The biggest one is 300 pages. And I asked my family to read it, but no one actually read it. It's too thick, it's too difficult. And I spent 20 years for studying this. But at that moment, I realized, oh my gosh, academic paper doesn't work. So actually, Mother Moon asked me to come to Women's Federation, join Women's Federation. And I researched about, what they've been doing. Actually, I'm the second generation of Women's Federation leader. My mother was a leader of Women's Federation. So all my life, as like Kayleigh, my mother taught me how wonderful Women's Federation is. And when I looked up the webpage, there's a Bridge of Peace. And oh my gosh, I realized this is it. This is the way to make reconciliation. So this is the moment. So thank you. And I can't easily say, please forgive what we've been done for Korean people. But please do understand there are some Japanese people who really thinks what we've done is really wrong. And we will love Korea. And I hope through women, through us, these two countries can be reconciled. Sorry, I spoke too much. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 그렇지만 저는 미래를 앞을 보면서 살아가는 게 옳지 않나라는 생각을 했습니다. 그래서 오늘 이 평화의 다리를 건너면서 저는 우리 일상생활에서 지금도 차별과 장벽들을 돌이켜보게 됩니다. 우리가 서로 사랑하고 이해하고 존경하면서 하는 것, 존경하는 마음이 우리 공정한 사회를 만들어가는 첫걸음이라고 저는 생각을 합니다. 그래서 물론 여러 가지 이유가 있겠지만 앞으로 우리가 서로 이것을 계기로 해서 더 나은 한 발짝을 더 가는 자유민주주의 그리고 세계의 평화를 한 발짝 더 나간다고 생각합니다. 그런 의미에서 이 자리가 대단히 훌륭하고 자랑스럽게 생각합니다. 감사합니다.
Yes, thank you so much for your beautiful hearts and standing forward in peace together. Beautiful. Okay, we have one more crossing to do today, and we're really fortunate that we have two of our first ladies who spoke earlier to represent the Bridge of Peace on the stage, because we know that these women leaders are standing forward to make a difference for their nation. I'd like to welcome back to the stage Honorable Emilia Patricia Alfaro de Franco, the First Lady of Paraguay from 2012 to 2013. And I'd like to welcome Madam Shiranti Rajapaksa, the First Lady of Sri Lanka from 2005 to 2015 and 2019 to 2022. Let's welcome them both to the stage. Madam Rajapaksa, would you like to go first?
By crossing this bridge today, I stand as a representative of Sri Lanka. Okay, thank you. By crossing this bridge today, I stand as a representative of Sri Lanka, rich heritage of the culture, affairs, faith, and traditions. Sri Lanka is a land where Buddhists, Christians, Hindus, and Muslims have lived peacefully for generations. In acknowledging the divisions we continue to face as a national affirm by belief that the strength of our shared humanity can and must rise above these divides. Today, I make a heartfelt commitment to see you, my partner, as my sister. I will respect, honor, and love her for the belief, values, and traditions that have shared the beautiful person she is today. Crossing this bridge today is more than a step forward. It is a symbol of the bridge of the heart. I extended my sister in the spirit of unity and peace. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, hermana. Muchas gracias por hacerme participar en el Puente de Paz. Paraguay es un país que ha sufrido varias guerras, genocidio, muertes de niños, familias, en grandes guerras. Nos han quitado territorio. Por lo tanto, siempre vamos a luchar por libertad, por respeto y nunca más guerras. En ningún país. Somos un país pequeño donde tenemos hermanos nativos, tenemos territorios donde ellos viven. Para nosotros es buscar siempre la igualdad, trabajar para todos en forma armónica. Luchamos y trabajamos con hermanos que son de otros países en Paraguay. Muchos han migrado, como Corea. Tenemos colonias trabajando y le hemos recibido durante la guerra, hemos recibido a muchos coreanos. Hoy son fuentes también de dar empleo a otros paraguayos. A colonias japonesas, también ocupando grandes espacios en Paraguay, en donde trabajan en forma conjunta con los paraguayos y paraguayas. Y así muchos extranjeros viven en Paraguay. Y queremos que se respete sus culturas. Dejamos que ellos también se desarrollen como personas que merecen ese espacio entre hermanos. Y también queremos que los paraguayos que están distribuidos en todos los países del mundo también sean respetados. También sean vistos como personas que salen a buscar una mejor vida, o simplemente porque es decisión de cada uno. Pero para los paraguayos y paraguayas, nunca más queremos guerras en ningún país del mundo, y menos en nuestro querido Paraguay. Y como dijo la hermana, respetar las diferencias, respetar las creencias, respetar las religiones, respetar el género. Eso es paz. Eso es vivir en paz. Así que hoy también pido perdón en nombre de Paraguay a todos. De alguna u otra manera, si hemos fallado, y sobre todo pedir también perdón a mi querida hermana nueva. Yo tengo una hermana que es María de la isla de Pascua, y ahora voy a tener una nueva más. Y voy a tener entonces también la posibilidad de ir a viajar, ¿verdad? De ir a visitarlas. Pero también llevando siempre un mensaje de paz. Muchas gracias. Aclaro, el regalo quedó en la maleta, que va a llegar en estos momentos enseguida. Pero le voy a entregar una pulsera de hilo hecha a mano por los indígenas de Paraguay, por el pueblo nativo de Paraguay.
Wow, beautiful. Let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you to our new sisters. Absolutely beautiful, right? We can see the power of women and peace building and the feminine touch that is so desperately needed today. Now, we don't have time for everybody to do the Bridge of Peace today, but I encourage you later today to connect with sisters of different cultures, different nations, and different languages, because each of us can continue this and be a bridge of peace in our own circles and in our life. So I will now hand this back to Murli for the final part of our program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kayleigh. Oh my gosh. I shed lots of tears on my makeup. I tried so hard not to ruin my makeup, but it was so beautiful. Imagine at the United Nations before the start of the General Assembly, if we do this type of Bridge of Peace ceremony with a man. I think the outcome documents and those declarations will be a very different language. But once again, everyone, let us give our support and a big round of applause to those who crossed the bridge. May God bless their paths and sisterhood together and proliferate all over the world. Thank you so much. At this point, we are going to do the Global Women Peace Ambassador Award presentation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at one of the most inspiring moments of today's celebration, the presentation of the Global Women Peace Ambassador Award. This distinguished honor is presented to individuals whose outstanding leadership, compassion, and unwavering service have lit the way towards a more peaceful world. Please join me in welcoming warmly to the stage our presenter for the honorable occasion, the International President of the Women's Federation for World Peace International, Mrs. Moriko Hori. And it is a great pleasure to welcome to the stage our honorees, eminent First Ladies and Global Champions of Peace and Human Dignity. I would like to call on the following: Madam Fatima Villanova, First Lady of Sao Tome and Principe, a devoted advocate for social initiatives supporting children and the elderly. Madam Dr. Dami Patience Jonathan, former First Lady of Nigeria and President of the African First Ladies Peace Mission. And Mrs. Maria del Carmen Ika Araki, Councilor of the Easter Island Municipality, and a decorated public servant and devoted to education, leadership, and sustainable development in Rapa Nui. Mrs. Maria Arenales Serrano Arguello, Senator of the General Courts of Spain, who has consistently championed financial transparency, budget responsibility, and media integrity. Manager Renata Valakova, Head of the Language Department at the Ministry of Defense of Slovakia, a steadfast supporter of WFWP and its peace-centered mission. Mrs. Katerina Mikitova, a travel agency manager and devoted volunteer with the Creative Society and the Latara movement, passionately engaged in ecological awareness and global sustainability. Her Excellency Calista Jenny Matharika, former First Lady of Malawi, current ambassador to Kenya, and permanent representative to UNEP and UN Habitat, whose service has bridged diplomacy, leadership, and public well-being. Dr. Ida Betty Odinga, wife of the former Minister of Kenya, founder of the Ida Odinga Trust and League of Kenya Women Voters, and a bold voice for women's political participation and constitutional reform. I will now read the citation of the award. The Global Women Peace Ambassador is awarded to these wonderful global peace-loving citizens and women leaders. The Women's Federation for World Peace International, on behalf of its co-founders, Dr. Sun Myung Moon and Dr. Hak Jahan Moon, is honored to recognize this recipient as a Global Women's Peace Ambassador in light of her distinguished achievements in leadership capacity building and sustainable development for women and families. Global Women Peace Ambassadors represent the beauty of our human diversity, religious, racial, ethnic, and professional. They are united by shared values and a noble commitment to reconciliation, peace building, and the dignity of all. April 12, 2025, signed Moriko Hori, President, WFWP International. On behalf of all gathered here, we extend our deepest appreciation to these extraordinary women. Your vision, courage, and determination are shaping a more hopeful future for all generations. Congratulations, and everyone, let's give them a big round of applause. Congratulations. At this point, we are going to take a group photo with everyone. May I please ask everyone to go back to your seats and prepare. Let's take a really beautiful, precious photo, a memory of today's beautiful event. Everyone, please go back to your seats. We need to move. We need to finish this program in 5 minutes because otherwise the hotel will kick us out. Everyone, please, with all due respect, please go back to your seats. Please, everyone. Okay, let's have a group photo. Smile. Everyone say peace. Peace. Okay. Hello. Please go back to your seats. Please sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Say peace.